circulating on social media of you for legacy. Then also the workshops that we had a workshop from Manny Cordera, who's from CEDA, and he had a workshop on university design, which is really about how you design your products, right at the ideation stage, thinking about your customer and keeping your customer in mind. Then we had a second workshop called Technical Technology-Based Workshop by Dr. Paul Platina from HRSC, and he spoke about how you can improve your technology. And then we also had a business strategy workshop, which was done by the managing director of Clean Foods, Unati Sakyana. And so this was quite a useful one from what I've heard, having spoken to some of you about how, in terms of identity, setting your value proposition apart, and understanding your field and your market. And so today we had the first round of judges, and we've got to witness most of you and see what you've come up with. And I must say it's been a delight, a pleasure. I'm just looking forward to this final round of judging, and I hope that it goes well, and I hope you enjoy it.
All right, thanks for that. So yeah, it's been a great weekend. To see some of the highlights, you can go on social media using the hashtag TelcomGWHack, and you get to see what some of people have posted. There's some interesting videos. I also saw people riding bikes and to just get their their smoothie, right? So thanks for sharing the content, but please continue sharing the content on social media on all the different platforms. So now we're just gonna go into words of encouragement to you guys, the participants. And this is gonna come from Mr. Clovis Rousseau from Imperial Logistics. So he is Executive President at Imperial Logistics. So we will be watching a video, which we'll share now. So just a few minutes of watching the video, and then we'll move to the next session.
Is that the list of the teams? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Cobus Rousseau from Imperial, and I'd just like to spend a few minutes of your time to welcome you again. We hope you've already had lots of fun over this weekend, solutioneering, coming up with wonderful new ideas of digital intervention, digital disruption. Probably the most important message that I can give you is that you need to make sure that you are solving problems. Digital disruption and technology advancement is really, really valuable. But it's only really valuable if we can make things better, if we can solve a problem. And in your process here over this weekend and all the activity you have, that remains the call, is please remain focused on solving the problem. At Imperial, we do a lot of that. At Imperial, our purpose is to connect Africa and the world, improving the lives of people through access to quality products and services. Now that's a bold purpose. That's something that you may recognize that Imperial is a logistic company, that we move, store and deliver product. But we also buy and sell products to be able to provide end-to-end market access solutions to our clients and principals. And in that world, there are lots of problems. There are lots of things that are complex, that are dated, that can be solved by digital disruption. And for us, technology is very important. Digital is one of the 6 pillars of our strategy, enabling our growth to be able to live our purpose. And we need people like you, people who come up with new ideas of new applications of technology to make things better, to make things smarter. But as I've said, and still continue to say, you have to help us solve the problem. Otherwise, it's vanity. Otherwise, it's just another idea. Otherwise, it's just something else we do that seems useful. But if it doesn't make a real difference to actually help us in our purpose to connect Africa and the world and improve people's access to quality products and services, we haven't made a real difference. So I encourage you, keep on looking, keep on hacking, keep on driving, and build that new technology. And come up with the new ideas, because you have the freedom to do that. And we at Imperial are proud to be involved in events like this. And it's our privilege also to be able to reward people like you to come up with these ideas that we can apply within a corporate world, serving many, many clients and principals as part of our purpose. So we hope you've already had a great time. I hope you probably haven't slept much, and that this event has brought out the best in you and your friends and colleagues around you. Have lots of fun.
Afternoon. My name is, I think I'm taller than the screen. My name is Mafigan Kambul. I'm the head of ICT at the Tshwane University of Technology.
All right, so we're gonna go into the
back. It will help you with the countdown, right? So you've got 6 minutes to present. After 6 minutes, we stop it, right? And then the judges will then get to so, first we finish then we are ready. All right, cool. The first thing to do then is having technology. So having all right, having technology to come up. When you come up to the stage, you set up your devices. Then after that, it's RC science. For now, it's art science. Activity number 2. And detail with us. And then the thing that online. And this is what the basket move is all right. So if you have a demo that's like to show the judges, I think one and then you request your so 6 minutes So right now it's supposed to be saying that uh, open. So now I'm just going to hand over to the judges. Judges, you have 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Please start when you're ready.
Thanks, Cindy. So, yeah, just a quick question in terms of how you decided to go about choosing the challenge that you are going to address in as far as smartphones. Was this one the most pressing one in terms of fire detection compared to all other possible problems that you could look at as far as the smartphones are concerned?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I just want to go to the problem statement. So when we did our research, we went to the Stats SA website, and then we realized that almost 7% of the people die from fire. So that's why we focused on it, because now we did our research to see that people are actually dying due to fire. And also people not be, the first respondent not coming early to put out the fires. Because here they said almost 34,000 people die because of fire around South Africa. And Cape Town is considered as the fire capital of South Africa because all the time there are fires and then they are not put out on time. So with our device, people in Cape Town can now have a chance to get help as soon as possible.
That's not the time. You can still continue.
No, it's fine. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you for a really good presentation. Just a question, in terms of your problem statement, it seems to focus on people
that have properties that are using paraffin-related equipment. Okay, and my assumption is it's people that are not staying in affluent areas. So they probably don't have access to emails and the devices and all of that. So just bridge me, because it seems that your solution is almost more catering for an upper affluent market, while your problem statement was something different.
This one. The main intention of the system was to build it for the fire department in order for them to get a fast alert on where the fire is, the location, the state of fire. So connecting them with the victims, we thought that would also put in some little bit of help. Also, yes, there are people who do not have access to emails and Twitter, but also we can add a USSD module where you can send an SMS. If you don't have a phone that receives an SMS, then the system is not
Yeah, so thank you very much. This is a very interesting case. And exactly, I think, to Isaac's point around the paraffin, right? I would like to think this solution is meant to be proactive. But me, you, and you, we know that fire really spreads quite fast. So how did you think about that scenario? Yeah, because it can spread so fast that we might not necessarily have the time to do the things that we want to do, right? In line with a positive scenario, right? So, but in a negative type of a scenario where there's no control, how did you guys think about that portion? Thank you.
Okay, when it comes to that part, because we had limited components, so we were also looking into how we can integrate it with other systems. Maybe have like a water dispenser close by, so that if there is a fire inside the house, maybe the water automatically dispenses. So that's why we focused on this, so that we can get it working. But
Unfortunately,
more time,
we are out of time. All right, thank you, team. Outside, please come up. All right, can we set the time at the back to 6 minutes? So after Art Science, we're going online to Team Basket. Once again, please can we all mute our Google Meets and only the team that's presenting will unmute. All right, 6 minutes. Are you guys ready? Please share your screen. When they're done, Team Baskets online, do get ready. We'll pull you in. All right, good to go. All right, so 6 minutes at the back. I am starting the clock. Please go ahead.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Art Science. Today we are presenting to you a solution called LineX. So traditionally music is viewed in a one-dimensional aspect, so the sound. But we are assigned to view music as sound, audio, visual. So we come up with an app called My Net, which is an audio visual listening application. We plan to distribute this application via the web, as well as mobile, smart TVs, as well as for headsets. Essentially, what I want to do will get into connect your content boards and your live music lovers with their favorite artists. Starting as far as the archives, your old movies that you used to watch, your live shows, and then coming to the present, to the internet, coming to your live show. But so I am able to connect with a lot of artists and people are able to watch and enjoy live music shows. So I'm going to my colleague.
So basically, as you touched on our app, our two core fundamentals of our app is the client and the subscriber. And then the next thing that we'll be working with is the artist or musician. So basically, in terms of the client or the user, when you subscribe to our app, you get the following criteria that you get to experience these wonderful aesthetic feelings. You have to log into a live show and where you'll be advertised and today, what you celebrate today, the comfort of your own house. So you'll be able to not be able to experience the life that you see before. And you can just go to the concert in your own house. So there's a lot of other features that you have for the user. You can chat with them, feel or experience with the artist. You can even chat with the artist, while the artist is time. So yeah, it's like that. So what I can do is resources. So people themselves that everybody has to do. They only get on whether it's something more on like less people we so what we created is that that's why we did whereby you can live not just but you be able to interact with the artists and enjoy whatever they're doing. So people for example nobody wants to be the camp at that scale. So what you did, you took the actual scale and bring it to a company inside your house, whereby you don't have to experience or so you did that. So people to crash, anything is to crash because you know this is just like and then actually so so that's what's the market is so growing exponentially growing market because this year was estimated at 2.6 million subscribers. So those are the people who are the same as the exponential. So we're facing the giants that we can't see because we have those features fighting everything like this. Exposure and experience. So, for example, when you're in a game or you play like GTA, you bump people there by the streets, right? But you can't do that in real life. In other words, you do that if it was not for rules. If you're not scared of hair, you're not scared of you see the judgment and some things and other things like that. So now I want to demonstrate our demo of this live app that we've created that we're going to launch to the public right now. So this is our demo. I don't know if the Kate wants to explain it or.
So pretty much we use React.js as well as an AWS backend to deliver you a very responsive website. So if you go into, let's try to this way here. If you go into a page, you'll see all the information about that particular live show. And if you want to access the trailer, you just go into your trailer and press play. And it takes us to Tandiswa's live show. You can enjoy it from the comfort of your own home. Press full screen and just sit back and enjoy on your TV, AR, VR on your mobile as well.
Yes, so when you looked at the market now, introducing these to the market and the gap, so we saw that we only need like the sponsors, the likes of Telkom, because they have the resources that we need. They have 5G, but it's sitting there. They don't have the tools to launch this thing to the network. Because now
we have categories whereby we have standard, bronze, and premium. So premium is whereby the user can be able to access that God mode, that desired reality or ideal reality of getting that experience with an artist, discuss with them. So we need those resources like the likes of 5G, because we know that they are the future makers. They do have those resources. Right now, as we speak, in other countries, they are accelerating, they are launching 6G, they are creating prototypes, but we're still sitting there. But we do have the tool to change the game. So we are the game changers.
Right, is up. We're going to give 4 minutes to the judges. All right, judges, I'll just give you your 4 minutes. And judges, your 4 minutes starts now.
Perhaps first question. The team has not presented any financials in terms of how are you going to make money from it and the sustainability of the platform. Just a response to that. Thank you.
So what we've prepared and where we see the gap of where we can be making money and profits from the subscribers. So from the insight that we took and the research that we made, we found that 2.6 million our potential clients, people who are using OTT right now as we speak. So in that, we just did an estimate of taking only 10% of that group of people, which is close to 600 and something thousand of people who are going to be using live ads. So when we did our calculations there, because our premium will start, our subscription fee will start from 80 bucks to 150. So we used the minimum entry fee, which is 80 bucks. And when we estimated that money a month, we saw that we have a potential of making about 20.8 million every month from that subscription. And what we did, since we started the market, we asked ourselves, what will happen to live ads in 10 years' time from now? Because we know, since we are the developers, there are people who are going to be there trying to enhance and put more ideas to make it even more lavish. So we prepared ourselves that, you know what, if we reach that curve or that paradigm paralysis, what we implemented is trying to extend the market to be even broader, not only cater for artists, but also for sport, whereby you can even enjoy the same feeling, the sport, feel like you are Lionel Messi playing there, feel him, see him, when he looks at the crowd, feel that emotion. So we would be able to do that. For us to keep our client, in other words, for satisfying our client, make them feel at home in that particular field.
Hi, Tim. Interesting presentation. I just need to check quickly. The concept is very good, but the demo that you gave us does not integrate with what you presented to us. The feeling is not there. We just saw technique. We want to see that reality. We want to be there because that's what you are saying to us. It sounds like you have AR and VR underneath. And those technologies, we know that they want you to have goggles and a lot of other technologies. Where is the architecture and why are we not feeling the feeling?
Okay, if I can come in right there. So essentially where we want to start, and because we're a small company, we don't have any finances. So we want to start with independent artists and say, hey, independent artists, you've been performing for years, you have archives of music, let's start with that and see how people receive that. And once there's a following, then we move on to the other stage, which is AR, VR, and the implementation of those technologies. So this is only a start. What you saw is a React web app, and we used our AWS backends to actually render those objects. As far as the feeling is concerned, the feeling will only really come once we are able to develop and use the full product, because the stacks to really make that.
Yes, that's true. And what you need for you to experience that feeling, you will need that accessories, the equipment, that you have to wear for you to experience that feeling. And when you check the market, you saw that these things are cheap, basically. They start from 200 rand, so they will be able to cater for a large number of people here.
All right, team, your time is up.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, so now I'll be announcing the next three teams. The next three teams, the first team is Boya. They'll be presenting. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me?
So Chichiboya.
Yes, can you hear me?
There is still team basket online. So
Okay.
we have a team basket online.
Hello, guys. Oh.
All right. Team basket, can you guys hear us? Team basket, can you guys hear us? All right, so what I'll do is, just for time, I'll announce the next three teams for the next round. So the first team is Team Jijiboya. They are also online. The second team is Electron, and then the third team is Fantastic Four. Team basket, you guys hear us? All right, so let's move and bring in Team Electron. Are you here? Please go up on the stage. And then after them, Fantastic Four just go stand by.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Team Basket.
Yes, we called you.
Okay, can I start?
Guys, we'll call you after because we were calling you guys.
All right, so sorry, Michelle, my teammate is also joining virtually, so both of us will be speaking. Is it fine? Okay. All right, 6 minutes start now. Please don't forget to introduce the center. Awesome. Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Barrier from a company named Electron, and we are interested in doing the Smart Home Challenge. So our solution is called Barrier, but before we go into that fun stuff, I would just like to introduce my teammate, Mbuso, who is online.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mbuso. I handle mostly the business management and marketing at Electron. Thank you.
Mbuso, please go again.
No, yeah. It's just introduction to
Okay.
It's just clear.
Awesome, no problem. So the challenge we've chosen, as we've mentioned, is the Smart Home Challenge, but it was so we immediately decided to focus our solution on smart home security, hence the name Barrier. So in summary, our solution aims to protect, to merge, and to automate. By protect, by that we mean we have some security features that can be applied to any home. By merge, we can add any other IoT devices onto this network, and by automate, we want to automate all of the, once again, security things, which we'll see just now. Cool. So Barrier is a real-time AI-based protection smart home solution that is focused on protection, as we've mentioned, integrating smart home devices, as well as trying to make your household more efficient, right? So as we've said, our focus here is security, but it can be added upon. So I'll just briefly go through our business model. Our key partners, of course, is an internet service provider. We would like to partner with you for LTE or fiber because our application does require an internet connection. We do also need an IoT manufacturer, armed response partner, emergency service partner, and a container house manufacturer. And we'll explain why in just a second. Our key value proposition is that we are a real-time security system, right? So in the past, you have your CCTV, and you have a guard monitoring it, or you have your dad or your mom monitoring it from the kitchen, and they stay up all night just looking at it. But now you can employ an AI guard, right? So the solution is for households, corporations, and property developers who are interested in a future where we see more and more smart homes. And lastly, our revenue stream is we make money off subscriptions. So our software can be applied to any house where there are cameras. You just pay a subscription for that of $250 a month for $3,000 a year. Or you can buy hardware. And in that case, you also pay for installation, the hardware, and just training to make sure that you know how to use the system. Cool. So this is our app demo. Now on the app, we allow you to report incidents. So as you can see, here you have a summary of your house in the security state, but let's create a new incident. I'm not sure if you can see, but here you would describe the incident. Is it vandalism? Is it a break-in? Is it intruder? You would also select the emergency services you would like to see. For example, let's select law enforcement. And then here you can request footage from that date when that incident happened. And then our system will actually go and collect that video footage and help you build a case.
right? So in this case, the location we've set to 22 Sloan, and let's assume we want footage from yesterday to today, the 14th, right? So you add a final note, and then you can submit that incident, right? So that's more on the incident side of things. But really, the security aspect is within our machine learning model, right? So this is our model, and our model is trained to detect faces in your house. So it should only recognize the faces that should be in your house, and it can also recognize weapons and firearms, such as guns. So you'll see when I put up this toy gun, it's just a toy gun. You see it says guns 100%. And then when I put my face there, it recognizes my face at 100%. So that is what this machine learning model does. It can be added on to your current surveillance system. We can also put in one, but the idea is this is now your guard, your AI guard, and we call him Michael. Cool. So in summary, the full features barrier offers is face detection. At a later stage, our app will have push notifications. We'll have real-time footage analysis, as we've described. We have the AI, which we call Michael. And as always, you should be able to control it from wherever you are in the world. I'll just quickly jump to this side. I've mentioned that you can remotely control it. It's non-invasive. So our cameras can be put at your door and in your yard, but not inside your house. And then lastly, all of the video is back to a cloud storage facility. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 seconds for the second for the judges. Judges, we have 4 minutes, 4 seconds. Please go ahead.
Yes, yeah. Thanks for a good presentation. On my side, though, I'm not really clear in terms of the inventive step. I mean, the facial recognition feature and also the feature that recognizes weapons is good, but what added advantage does that bring compared to your normal motion sensors, which are already in existence, plus your normal CCTV cameras? Because those also kind of like show you the face, and if something is moving, it tells you that there is something moving.
Awesome, thank you. That's a great question. So our first priority was to take your current system and then make it digital and virtual first, so to say. So we are against having a screen in your kitchen that shows you your camera feed. The second part is it's smart, so we can continue building upon it. And one of the features we were hoping to demonstrate was the ability to automatically lock your doors if it recognizes a face that shouldn't be in your house. So in summary, it can be iterated upon. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Just a quick one. In terms of the current smart home solutions that are available, most of the AI or the internet connected devices, they are already integrated. So in terms of the value add, because you are hammering on integration, so how is that different to the current devices? You have quite a number of smart homes already today.
Absolutely, and I'd love to bring on Mbuso for this. We did compile a list of 3 main competitors, but their difference is they don't offer the whole virtual first. So if you are in another country, unfortunately, your control is now limited. Yeah, so one of our competitors, I think it's Blue Eyes or something. So they offer computer vision. The key difference there is you still need a guard. You still need someone watching your surveillance footage to make that final decision, whereas our system is automated. So once that machine learning model picks up a threat, it can immediately send alerts, it can call, as you've seen, emergency services. Yeah, so it's no longer just static. It also just does the things essentially. Yeah.
Thanks for that, and I think it's a great presentation. Just my sense of what you presented, perhaps was the app, where you would go and select, area, etc., etc. It felt like a lot of focus on that, but in a real emergency, one doesn't have time to go onto the app and select and go through screens and do stuff like that. Just walk me through, what is your response to that comment? Where's the value add in this?
Awesome, thank you. So that's a very good question, sir. So what I showed you there was not necessarily in the event of emergency, but rather so that you can build a case. So you can take your footage. We might not be able to stop someone from breaking into your house, but we can take the pictures of their faces that we've captured. We can take the video footage of maybe the car that was parked outside your house, and we can use that to build a case. So if you have at least, a license plate, or even just a face, that could make the biggest difference. And what eventually happens in the future is when multiple houses are connected, they can all communicate with each other, and that just strengthens that footage gathering process.
Time. Thanks for that. Yeah, thanks. Time is up. All right, so now we're gonna go back online. We're going back online. Team Baskets, are you ready? All right, so Team Baskets is ready, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's a bit great. Please come closer to your mic.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone.
I'm sorry, please come a bit closer to your mic.
Okay, hello everyone.
All right.
We are Team Basket. So we digitize the supply chain between street vendors and fresh produce farmers and provide street vendors with instant delivery service. Street vendors and spaza shops are the driving forces of the township economy, and they face a number of challenges that inhibit their growth and expansion. The main areas of concern being lack of access to financial credit, street vendors do not have any accurate stock management because of their cash-based payment systems. They are very exposed to criminal activities for the same reason of cash-based transactions. Many of them do not have vehicles and they face logistical challenges. Street vendors face many challenges and their current way of doing business is not addressing them. The market is segmented according to informal trader, informal market, and their geographic positioning. These are street vendors and spaza shops found in townships, fresh produce farmers, small to medium scale, and the geographic positioning is based in Stellenbosch since it is surrounded by farmers. We did market research and we came across Nombeliso, who owns Iron Daughters Fruit and Veg. She faces a number of challenges, such as having to wake up in the early hours of the morning to go and stock in the Cape Town market. She doesn't own a vehicle, so she has to hire a vehicle from fellow street vendors, and they are not always available. She lacks financial security. She is very much exposed to criminal activities because she is cash-based. She has to close down her stand and go to restock during the day because she doesn't have any vehicle. Because Basket is a two-sided market, we also interviewed a farmer, small-scale farmer called Nomisa, who sells fresh produce to local residences in Kailisha, Cape Town. Her biggest concern is theft. Nomisa does not have an efficient marketplace. She uses WhatsApp, and this confuses her, and she cannot scale using WhatsApp. This is how Basket works. Fresh produce farmers list their products and upload on Basket app, and then street vendors are able to go onto the app and buy whatever they need. Street vendors have an option to have their stuff delivered if they do not have their own transport. Our business model works like this. This is how we make money. We charge 3.5% on each product that is being bought by a street vendor from Basket. To make an example of this, if a fresh produce farmer uploads potatoes worth of 100 Rand, on each transaction, we will take 3.5% of that 100 Rand. The second revenue model is with the instant delivery. We do not own any vehicle. Drivers are able to create accounts on Basket and act as drivers, and then street vendors have to pay the drivers. We only take the 10% from the driver. Everything we do with Basket, we make sure we interact with the market. We found out from street vendors that the only reason why they are still cash-based is because their end users, their customers, still buy from them with cash. And then we decided to come up with this solution. We created a payment system for people who buy in street vendors. So you go to the street vendor, and then they give you a picture or a paper with QR codes. And all you do is scan the QR codes with your cell phone. And then we may proceed to the online payment. A demonstration of this is shown on the next slide. Customer scans the QR code to a scanner. Basket payment is initiated. Then you are able to see the item that you are actually about to buy. You have two options, either to go directly and pay or to add more options. Let's say you want to add more items. You add items, and then you are able to scan again on all the items that you need to add. Then you are taken back to the screen whereby you have all your items with their total price. And then you proceed to pay. Initially, we're going to use a credit card for payments. Just put in your details, and then you finish the payment. And you'll be notified that the payment was successful. After this, an SMS will be sent to the street vendor to notify them of the payment. We are a team of innovators, students, and engineers. We are based in Stellenbosch University. Lunga is a founder, and he is an economics student. Biani is an engineering student. He is the head of marketing. Esihle is responsible for research and development, and he is a graduate electrical engineer. From Basket inception in 2020, we have been part of many incubators, and we have won a fair share of hackathons in fundraising. We aim to develop an MVP by the end of December or early in January next year. We are asking for 200,000, and we are offering 1.5% in equity. We want to launch the MVP by the end of December or early next year. We want to do more research and understand our customers and analyze and improve. We want to prove our product market fit. And the main aim is to build networks and partnerships. I thank you.
The questions for the next 4 minutes. Judges, your 4 minutes starts now.
Much. I'm not sure. I think I'm audible. Yeah. Thanks to the team. I think this is a very great solution. In essence, you're bringing in supply and demand together. So I just want to ask, from a transaction perspective, you're talking about 3.5% on the transaction as well as the 10% of the delivery. And I actually believe that this market is cash-based, which is another thing, very sensitive to the pricing. So I really just wanted to get a view from your side, your thinking around it, because the 3.5 and 10% would mean that you're taking that money from either the supplier or the buyer themselves. So just a view on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. To explain this, we actually charge the 3.5% from the supplier, which is the fresh produce farmer. And the only thing that the street vendor has to pay is the delivery fee. And then he pays the delivery fee to the driver. And then we take that 10% from the driver. To further explain the cash-based transactions, everything we do with Basket, we make sure that we interact with the market. So we always go back to the market and understand their needs. Street vendors told us that the only reason why they are still cash-based, they want to move away from cash-based transactions, but they cannot because their own customers buy to them by using cash. So we thought of starting from the end user to the street vendor to the farmer, and we digitalize the whole payment system. So which is why we decided to expand on Basket and create a payment system whereby the end user is able to buy from the street vendor using a digital QR code. This means that the street vendor will now have a digital money. So he will not receive any cash payments anymore, meaning that he will also be cashless. And then the transaction goes on. So we are trying to create this ecosystem whereby street vendors are protected from criminal activities because they are based in townships, and that's where criminal activities happen. We want to create this whole entire ecosystem to be cashless. And we start from the end user to the street vendor and to the informal fresh produce farmer. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, it's 10. So yeah, I think thanks for the good presentation. I think it does address the problem in terms of inclusion, but the concern though is around the fact that it is a niche market, first of all, to start with. And have you assessed the potential feasibility of the commissions that you are charging per delivery? Because it's a very low margins market that you are targeting, and it's also niche. So there's just a concern really around the unit economics for this venture.
So Basket is a niche market and is very complex. It consists of many stakeholders. So it means that each time we do research, we must do the research based on street vendors, we must go to fresh produce farmers, and we must interview drivers as well. We did interview a number of drivers. To be specific, it was about 10 drivers. It was people who live in township, who own vehicles, but who are unemployed. So with these guys, we did say that how do they feel about the 10%? And I can say that 80% of them were okay with the fact that we can take 10% from whatever they are being paid by the street vendor. So that's how we do things. We always go to the market and understand, and then we come back to do business.
Yes, the baskets. Next team, Kikiboya, are you ready?
Yes, we are, Mr. Misho. We are, my brother.
Kikiboya, are you ready?
Yes, we are, man. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. sorry. I thought, are we here? Sorry. Let me do this quickly, man.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Let me just share the screen quickly.
In the sector that you're in.
So the sector is OTT, over the top media services. Ne? Can you hear me? Misho? Hello?
Guys, please share your screen.
Sorry?
You just need to share your screen and they can hear you. Just share
Okay, but I've shared my... Okay, let me just quickly share my screen then. Sorry, man. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Sorry, just a minute. Sorry, guys, just a minute. Yes, can you see my screen now? Ne?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can see
Okay,
your
thank you
screen.
so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are having a festive season. I am Christo Kofi. I'm with with my partner and Team Chichiboya. Okay? So we are in the OTT sector, and this is our solution and profit. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is our solution. It's earn profits with your content. The name of the solution is Poster. So post and live. The problem we saw is that there's increased economy, which demands lower bandwidth with higher resolution, such as 4K. But there's also the issue of advertisement flooding the content of the content producers, which distorts the attention of their viewers because they then sometimes become annoyed or feel like they're not getting value for their money. And also, content creators receive limited compensation for their work. And also, there's copyright infringement on the work of the content creators due to the issue of traceability, and there's high costs associated with content delivery. So the solution is an over-the-top media services web-based platform where content creators can host, produce, share, monetize, and distribute content across platforms. So in our solution, content producers are able to host sessions, right? And then they're able to set tickets for those sessions. And then viewers, their fans can then come and then have to buy those tickets and then view those sessions. But then also the content producers are also able to upload their content for use of our services, which is web monetization. We attach a payment pointer to the content creator's work. Wherever the work goes, it becomes monetized. And there's digital rights management there. So it's more of an aggregatory system where anyone, anywhere in the globe can actually use this tool and then have their content monetized wherever they go. So also there's peer-to-peer decentralized streaming infrastructure, decreasing content delivery network costs. So this is the overview of the product. My partner will come to it. The features and benefits: empowering creators, retain the ownership rights while being free to determine the terms of usage, audience, pricing, and licensing of content through smart contracts. Also, the blockchain-based content delivery networks alleviate the last mile problem of content delivery. There's also privacy, where quality experience prediction models, such as recommendation, can be provided while preserving anonymity. There's cost efficiency, and we're looking to pass on this cost efficiency into the benefit of the end user in the sense of rewards. So we have infrastructure cost efficiency resulting in more revenue. And also there's green energy. So with green energy, reducing energy consumption using peer-to-peer decentralized networks with tremendous energy saving, given that video distribution consumes 80% of the internet consumer's bandwidth. This is the system architecture, right? So here you see the broadcaster. So the broadcaster is us, the OTT service provider, or a user who wants to deliver a video over the network to the viewers. So then what happens is there's transcoding that happens, and then we get charged obviously a fee for transcoding, right? So, and then yeah, it becomes transcoded, and then there's direct there's digital rights management already in there because it's transcoded. So, and I'll explain further as I go on. So there's content delivery network, which is a decentralized as data is shared by participating nodes. But I just want to explain something that's like the beauty of this. Ne? So I'm not sure if it's visible, but you see here, there's membership, there's consensus, there's a ledger, there's smart contract. Ne? So all these things, they basically make sure that your content is stamped, right, with metadata, such as video content related informations, publishing rights, ownership information, and payment information using the interledger protocol, of course. There's also data analytics in here as well. So this is the system architecture. We use IPFS, interplanetary file system for off-chain decentralized storage of the content. So the open standards. So with us, we are building this thing because we understand that blockchain is still a nascent technology. So we built this on open standards that are acceptable globally by the standard setters. So the ISO TC307 blockchain distributed ledger technology, interledger protocol, Theta protocol, World Wide Web Consortium, and web content accessibility guidelines. And I think this one matters now more than ever because we have a lot of digitally literate people coming into the digital space. So you need to build your applications, your solutions around the ease of access for people with limited digital literacy. This is the business model canvas. So you have customers who upload and create on-site content, generating content and value. So they are our key partners because we understand without them, we can't get the end user as well. And then we want alliance with Telkom One TV because we can upload our content there and then people can get to monetize. And the web monetization community, Theta, and our key activities is to expand product market fit. Because yes, I said blockchain is still a nascent technology. We want to grow with their users. That's how we have design thinking with the end user in mind, basically. So our key resources are software developers, social media campaign manager, and the value propositions is real-time automated micropayments for content creators, digital rights management, enabled global content aggregator capabilities, interoperability with existing OTT media services, high quality content with low bandwidth, anywhere, anytime, direct access to content from anywhere around the globe. And the customer relationships are basically just automated services. We offer content recommendation based on stored blockchain data, and the communities, we utilize user communities to become more involved with users and prospects. There's also co-creation, like in live events, the sessions that I just told you about. Users are able to do live chats, and then those videos are saved up there.
Jumping straight into the 4 minutes of the judges. Judges, do you want to give them an extra minute or jump straight into questions? Extra minutes. All right, okay. You've got an extra minute from the judges.
Okay, can I allow my team member to come and present the live concept, please?
Thank you very much. Let me quickly share my screen, the demo. So what you're seeing here is the demo of the web-based application that we have built. And so currently, if you can look at our website, we also have the creators earning simulator, whereby you can be, as a content provider, you are able to estimate how much can you get. Like if we say, let's say you subscribe for 14 rands per month, and then you get about 1,000 followers, meaning you could earn about estimated of 665 rand a month. So that is something that our content producers will like, and they would know what exactly are they getting into. So by logging in, it's where you can actually do all your updates and put all your information. So let me just quickly.
Okay, so unfortunately, your 1 minute has passed. 3 minutes for the judges. I guess hopefully they'll ask you questions related to the demo. Judges, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Team Chichiboya, for a great presentation. My question is really about how are you going to get user adoption, right? Because sure, earnings is definitely one component of it, but how do you get, in fact, how do you earn those earnings in the first place? Because user adoption is about getting traffic to the sites and so forth. So maybe you can just take us through that.
Okay, so remember right now we're in the pandemic. People are looking to upskill themselves. So the people who are holding the sessions are actually experts in their field who want to explain like how do you do this and certain things in finance, how you do certain things in finance. But how we also do like a go-to-market strategy is we go to where we know the people are. Like you'd find us like on YouTube ads, like 5 seconds ads. Like we talk to just say, if you want to upskill yourself on finance, there's a session that's happening here, buy a ticket. And you also get ownership of that video as well, you know, because you've made input in it. And also in how they access the payments, we have an interledger, right? So the interledger is the network that enables web monetization. It's a global standard protocol in the web monetization community. So it has a payment pointer link that you are able to integrate to link with your content, right? So wherever your content goes, that inputted code, that unique code, goes wherever your content goes. So should your content be viewed on YouTube outside of our platform, it will notify the viewer that no, this thing it's web monetized. Please maybe subscribe or please pay a certain amount of fee. And then that's the content creator gets real-time payments wherever they go. So there's digital rights management in there as well, and there's traceability, the security also, you know.
I don't know if we still have time, but just a quick one. The current problem that we have with content is the transportation. We see all the standards that we are adopting, and the creation of content is pretty much a commodity. What that you guys are doing to change the space, to change the environment, to make sure that whatever amount of content you have, you are able to transport it over a very low bandwidth network. Because
So
we
that's
want that heartbeat, that thing that you are doing, that formula.
So that's essentially the core of our platform, basically, because we are a peer-to-peer decentralized content delivery network where you have like relay nodes. So relay nodes are basically just different transcoded nodes that actually share the bandwidth. Like there's a computer network, right? So they share the bandwidth in that content delivery network cloud there. So that bandwidth that's remaining there, they share it, and then it reduces also the bottleneck of high bandwidth transfer, because bandwidth is data, right? So if they're able to do that, yeah. So if they're able to do that, then it means that. Sorry.
All right. Just maybe a bit of announcements. On Friday, we had Lewu around, and she was just talking to businesses that are registered. So if you haven't had a chance to have a chat with her, please have a chat with her regarding BE related stuff. Lewu, please stand up in case someone not here. All right. So if you're a business registered, please do have a chat with her during the session. All right, team, Fantastic Four, you ready?
Yeah, I'm sharing. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Hold up, sir.
My time has started. Can I go?
Your 6 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Buffett Best School Song over the weekend. We are presenting a solution called Singularity.
Sure.
So what the problem was present a low-cost solution access that will give people access, increase the rewards for participants, user adoption, attention, and overcome barriers to the esports world. So this is what we thought, and we simply thought building a game would not be able to address all these challenges. So we thought on an infrastructure basis, and we thought maybe if we thought in that kind of basis, we would then be able to fix some of the problems, because we are not a telco, and we will not be able to fix the issues of the internet or provide a bit more spectrum for the telcos to be able to provide us with more bandwidth. So the solution that we thought about is that it is going to utilize the cloud effectively. The cost savings are for young and disadvantaged gamers, and provide various tiers for various people who want to be competitive at various levels. So the solution that we want to present is Singularity, and Singularity is going to provide these 3 tiers. The first tier that we are going to provide is a peer-to-peer tier. Now, with this tier is a tier that we would like to partner with Telkom, and Telkom would assist us in providing a peer-to-peer network utilizing their own network. This would ensure that we are not using as much information and keeps the cost very, very low for the gamers that will be gaming on this tier, and ensuring that you are able to then provide it to young people with games that are as simple as the games that you would have played utilizing Bluetooth, and you are then sending information and gamers are able to engage with each other, of course, having plugged it into a Docker container within another framework, of course. And then the other tier that we wanted to speak about before I move to this, I didn't speak about the costs and how we are making money from this. From this first tier, we are going to be utilizing advertisements, because we think it is going to be unfair to charge the disadvantage to require them to play games when we are trying to capture them and introduce them to this world. So we felt that this should be made free, but then paid for by advertisements. The second one is equilibrium, and this is where we played around with the architecture. The normal architecture, and we will show you later, we thought of one that AWS uses, which is GameLift. Now, GameLift is the way that it's built is we are intended on putting EC2 instances that will simply perform a simple task of doing, on a sockets module, you have something which is called a bandwidth limiter. And with the bandwidth limiter, you are able to limit people from sending way too many packets because they have too much bandwidth. And then the gamer that has very limited bandwidth is unable to send as many packets. Therefore, the cloud computer executes the actions of the person who has more bandwidth faster than that of the person who has limited bandwidth. Now, if we throttle the bandwidth down within the cloud, we are then able to control the experience. We are able to retain users, and therefore the experience for me coming to the platform is not consistent to losing, because I'm playing from a 10 megabit line and you are paying on the 20 megabit line. And we thought that this was a very good improvement. Please go to the next one. Now, this is the Pro League. The Pro League is specifically for people that want to be professional gamers. We have access to the high speed, we have access to the highest speed when it comes to computing and all other things. Now, the reason why we wanted to keep this is because we know in the market this exists, and Telkom does sponsor events where people like this do come, and it is important to also retain them as customers. But what we then also wanted to do is be able to separate, because then there's people who would want to play on these AA or AAA games that require a cloud instance in a GPU and then be able to access them. But if we play them on a cloud, then you do not necessarily need the expensive equipment in your own property, and therefore this we felt that it also adds in limiting the cost. Next slide. Now, our marketing strategy would be, we would focus largely on tournaments, because we've come to notice that gamers are very, very competitive people. So they like environments such as this one, and they want to be competing. So we're thinking that we would push sports tournaments, but also thinking of a dimension that, but what if we were to push esports to such a level that esports would actually become an official sport in our schools? Because think about it, they already have the internet access, they already have the computers. It's, of course, in some regions, and in some regions it doesn't exist, but it is something that we could start, and it is a dimension that would assist us in South Africa in growing these esports, because in Japan, you will find an entire dome that is filled with 350,000 young people just to watch two gamers. So obviously, social media is a big thing, and it is a good way to gain traction in any market, so it's a strategy that we will go for. We will obviously then provide a trial version for the Pro tier, because not everyone will want to exclusively pay for that from the on-go, but then you entice people by the sort of titles that you have in your Pro version, and you are able to give them access. Data integrity, we will hash people's information at storage, because this is very important. We'll ensure the compliance of all POPIA Act, all policies that comply with POPIA Acts, and advise all users on the best security levels, because some of the times when we engage with platforms, the weaknesses are also sometimes the users, so it's important to keep them engaged about security issues. The future, we are looking at streaming and competing maybe even with platforms such as Twitch, because they're not a gaming platform, they're just streaming, but we are looking at a hybrid model where in moving to the future, you could grow this kind of a platform into something like that, of course, and then accessing to international markets. We are open for any suggestions from anyone, because this is a concept that is in its first iteration. So we wanted to come here to quickly show you the architecture and show you where we would change it instead in a space of game. We would put an EC2 instance, for instance, here that would control the input, and then we would put one here that would control the output, and this is where we would then be doing the bandwidth throttling to enable that the experience of the game is pretty much the same. But this is then what shocked us, and we wanted to touch on it a bit. We then went to AWS and configured the infrastructure to then get pretty much a calculation of what something like this would cost, and this is the cost that we came up with. It actually rose to this when we moved it from the center in Ireland to the center in Cape Town, and this was a bit disheartening for us. So because we were here and this was the challenge that we were dealing with, as part of the people that were solving for it, we wanted to raise it here, because we know Telkom has partners as PCX, and things like this are really a hindrance for young people in delivering these types of solutions. So we would like to stop there, and thank you very much for your time. Oh, we haven't showed you a demo. Can we quickly show you a demo?
Unfortunately, your time is up. Judges, do we give them a minute? All right, your minute starts now.
So what we did is we simulated an API and we built it. So what we then did is engage stable and we were both sending address, and this is actually what did happen when we collected the data, and then here we are just replaying it, because it's never safe to have a live demo. But in a sense, this is what happens. You find that player one is able to get in more inputs as opposed to player two. So what we then suggested is what we are about to display now. So once you've applied what we want to do to the system, suddenly the inputs and the inputs for both players are at the equal rate. So this suddenly means your FIFA player is not beating my FIFA player 5 minutes. This is in a sense what we were trying to do.
Sorry, team.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Judges, your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks for a very good presentation. I've got just 2 questions on the key features that you have told us about. The throttling of the bandwidth, is it possible to do that without really severely impacting the gaming experience to a point that, I can no longer even be able to play? And, how is that possible? And then secondly, the peer-to-peer network. I don't understand how that will then help lower the need for transmitting big packets of data and also the need for high-speed internet. Those two.
So on the topic of the throttling first, right? So every single game has a minimum spec that you need to run it. And one of those specs is your latency. So what we're doing is on the throttling, we are looking at the lowest latency speed, provided that it's above the threshold that requires for the game to play. Because what happens is when you play a game and the latency drops below that, that's when the game starts to lag and your players start to stop and it loads all the time. But if you're above that, it still operates accordingly. And it also benefits a player. Let's say for example, we are playing together and I have a higher internet speed than him. When it lowers down and limits that bandwidth, I also save data because I'm not using the full whatever my computer is capable of. Now on the peer-to-peer network, it works almost like a blockchain. It's not controlled to the server, so to speak. It's between device. For this example, we are using users who have telecom SIM cards, right? Every user who has a telecom SIM card is able to access that network of telecom players that are playing those games. And it's going to be very small packaged games, nothing like a 50 gigabyte game. It's just something like maybe like a Pac-Man or something that's on your device that you can compete with your friends. That is so if you don't have data, you can still compete without the data, so to speak.
So the idea for the peer-to-peer part is we're trying to introduce gaming because in a lot of areas, a lot of people don't really know much about gaming. So we want to, the tournament parts, on the throttling side, we're gonna be hosting tournaments around local areas where we throttle the internet and then make, for people that don't have a lot of computing power. And also to give the people that, let's say someone is in Senton and someone is in Sosha, we're gonna try to put them at a level where they can actually have the same experience. And
yeah, just a quick one. I hope you guys, I see you simulated even the financials in terms of using the Amazon APIs. But I hope you know that in real life, a storage in the cloud is extremely expensive. Do you think this is practical? Now, and we're talking.
Guys, sorry, unfortunately, you won't be able to answer that question.
It's that point we made about PCX.
All right, so we're halfway through. It's time to announce the next three teams. All right, so the next three teams to present is Team GeneTech Solutions, Team GWAF, right, and Team Momula. So Team GeneTech Solution, I think they're online. Team GWAF, are you here? All right, and then Team Momula. Team GWAF, can you please start? Team GWAF, can you please take the stage? Is Team GWAF here? Please take the stage. All right, Team GenTech Solutions Online, please get ready. You'll be next after Team GWAF.
Good afternoon. My name is Shami Dev, Junior Dev, and then this is what me and my team has done. We basically did a advertising network platform that connects brands to the right consumers. So there's a lack of advertising solutions for companies that accurately want to sell their products and services to the right consumers who are willing to buy their products. And there's also a lack of journey experience for the consumer that they're advertising to. So we want to build a platform that takes user-created profile data plus their cookie data, which in turn reveals their interests, hobbies, tastes, and likes. This allows us to connect them to brand advertisements, and they're rewarded for interacting with them. Fun part is, this will be the brands they actually care about. So the mission and the vision is basically helping brands advertise to the correct customers and see good results in terms of sales and user feedback, and also an exciting platform for people to discover their next favorite brands and win amazing prizes. So the business model is companies, brands pay a fee to advertise on the platform. The target customer base for the business will be small to big companies. Marketing strategy is acquiring a lot of users on the platform using a reward-based system to entice user registration and retention. The more the user base grows, the more opportunities in which the platform can partner with other established companies. So the competitors in marketing is the global market for marketing technology is estimated to be worth 300 billion in 2021. Competitors like Verve with similar goals to be a mobile marketing platform that connects advertisers with consumers to deliver successful outcomes. So I'm going to show you a quick demonstration of how it works. Okay. As the user, I go on the platform, and then I obviously put on my username, and then here is you have to agree. We're usually going to use that in order to optimize and know which brands we want to connect the consumer with. And then here is basically the profile data, maybe the person's name, independent, they like shopping, eating, or I submit.
And what will happen is it will show a list of that match with the consumer. So let's say, for example, user a week ago was searching prices on best deal on bags and taxes and stuff. They will like savers on the platform if they're registered with us. So just gaming, all that kind of stuff. And then let's say for the person chose into internet browsing, they can just use, for example, they can go to Telcom, and then here it will show a list of campaigns that Telcom has for grabs, and then here on the 120 tickets, these are the things that they get after they participate, and then that allows them to participate in our rewards program, which is raffle prizes. So let's say, for example, they participated in the ultimate unlimited fiber. So this is probably like a 5-stage process, right? So the person will obviously watch the video. Okay. Just play for a few seconds. Okay, and then when it's done, they'll go to a smiley face, which is the person will tell what he or she likes about the product. And then they will say features or whatnot. And then the smiley face. And what this helps is it goes to the advertisers so that advertisers can know where they're doing wrong with the advertisements. Is it, do people like the features more, or do they like the product more? So it gives them insight of the product and stuff. So of course, this is the first stage where they get they get a voucher. And this is a detrimental because we have to be, the user does not know this, but then we're taking them into a value-added ladder. So we're actually encouraging them to buy the product and also like increase sales. So that is a very detrimental one there. And then on the next one, you get the raffles, and then you say 120 raffles earned. So this is where the reward programs enters in, right? So you say next, you say new prices, okay? And then this is basically the simple raffles that can enter and all that kind of stuff. And also want to we can also want to like turn it into basically
the time is up. All right, the time is up. Are we giving him a minute, or do we go straight into questions? A minute. All right. So you've got a minute from the judges. Your time starts now.
So I'm about to show you the admin mode where the companies will have to log in on the platform. They'll say enter admin mode. So basically this is where they'll press the create button and create the campaign. Here it will obviously show the list of campaigns they did 3 days ago, 1 month, and it will show them successfully, how well it did and all that kind of stuff. And since this challenge is, the essence of the data, right? So if a person click, the Telcom guys click on this campaign, for example, it will just show the stats. These are just bare view, but it will show 2,300 reach, like the campaign and dislike the campaign. And then, okay, yeah, that's pretty much. And then, and also like, it'll be really cool if we also add like a supplementary service, like basically turn the API into USSD. So it could be basically it's going to be a miniature version of this, but more simple and more digestible.
All right, thanks for that. Judges, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much for a good presentation. I really liked it. So 2 questions. The first question is, I understand the solution, but I'm not sure I understand what problem you are solving, okay? Just in your own words. And then the second question is, how do we get users onto this platform?
Okay.
Just your response to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question number 1, basically, the problem that is solving is that we want to connect brands to the right consumers, right? So it's not like when companies just throw like a advertisement out there. They don't know how people feel about the product. And secondly, you mentioned how we get it. So basically, the rewards program is basically a hook that we use to entice people to come into the platform.
But where is the, thank you very much, but where is this platform hosted? Who owns the platform?
Oh, the platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I think for me, I'm aware of this. So what's the inventive step? What's unique? Because there are various other platforms that offer rewards, but also price discover in terms of price transparency, comparison. I mean, I can name quite a few. So I'm still not sure what's different about this one.
Oh, okay. So basically, this one is, it uses the reward program, right, to bring users to the platform. And then what we do is that we take those users' data. So that's the most component. We take their cookie data, which contains all the things they've been searching on the internet, and get to know them. So then when the brands come to our platform to advertise, we connect them to those people that will actually be willing to buy the product.
If we still have time, now in terms of the acts that are being approved now, the POPI, the Cybersecurity Act, because you'll be jiggling with user information.
Yes.
How protected are they?
Oh, well, there's some people who are also data sensitive. They don't want, that's why we supplemented another form of, like you see when we did the sign up, we asked you basic questions. So if you don't want to give us your data, we can use that data that you gave us. That's enough. So that's just a supplement for someone that doesn't want to give out their data.
There's 12 seconds left. I'm not sure you'll be able to answer the next question.
I don't know if you shared the commercial. So how are you going to make money out of this? Quick.
Pardon?
How are you going to make money out of this?
Oh, basically the companies that want to advertise on the platform.
Unfortunately, the time is up. All right, so we're going online to Team Gen Tech Solution.
Okay, Team Gen Tech Solutions is here. Can you confirm that you hear me?
I hear you.
Awesome. I am sharing my screen in a second. Can you confirm that you see my screen?
Negative.
Yes.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, bro.
Awesome. All right. Good day, judges. My name is Kevin Kibanta, and we are Team Gen Tech Solutions. We are made up of students from the University of Cape Town. So yeah, we are participating in this virtually. Our solution is in the education technology sector, and yeah, I'm going to showcase what we have created. So yeah, just as a background behind the solution, applying to tertiary institutions is the next step that every matriculant student around the country takes in their learning journey. And just last year, there were about 700,000 matriculants that were faced with this. With about 26,000, with 26 universities in the country, students are required to get onto the university websites, download and print the application form if the university provides one, or apply online. And then they have to fill in lengthy forms, and they've got to scan and fax upload documents, and they have to do this for every single institution that they want to apply to. This entire process is quite lengthy. It's very tedious. It requires money, and it requires you to have like a smart device or access to one. So what is the problem that we have identified? First of all, ease of access. So students need to scour across the internet in order to find brochures from multiple institutions. So in order for them to find out what does each institution offer, they have to go on the net, go on the institution's website, and for every institution that they're interested in, they have to look at what study programs are available, what are the requirements needed, and they have to do this for like every institution that they probably want to go to. Secondly, multiple application forms. So every institution that the student wants to apply to, there's a separate form that they have to fill in, like all the same details. So if they're applying to UCT, UKZN, UJ, they're filling in the same info across all these institutions. So it's kind of like a tedious process as well. And then thirdly, application statuses. Students need to keep up with the application statuses on these multiple portals. So if they've applied to UJ or UCT, for them to be getting updates as to what the application, what progress the application has made, whether it's been accepted or rejected, they have to keep up with all these different student portals. So it's them keeping track of, their passwords, their login details, and having to constantly check like what's happening, any developments, and so forth. Not only that, so just a couple of stats. So just in 2020, there were spaces for about 180,000 first-time students or first-time applicants across the universities in South Africa. And just for some examples, WITS received 70,000 applications, but only had space for like 5,000 first-year students. UKZN received 113, but only had space for 9,000 first-time or first-year students. And so we see that across all these unis, many students are applying, but the intake is quite low. So we've seen a problem, and we've come up with the solution. And what our solution is it's a all-in-one platform where students can view brochures, apply to any university, and monitor the application status. How are we solving? How does our solution work? So first of all, we have an explore feature whereby students can explore various institutions on our platform, view the different courses that are offered at that institution, and view the entry requirements. Not only that, but we're also exposing students to multiple institutions and thus allowing them to apply to different institutions. So if perhaps a student was, let's say the students from KZN, if a student is KZN, they most likely only know universities that are in KZN, and they probably know like the main universities or some of the major unis, like perhaps UCT, WITS, and so forth. But with the stats that I showed, these unis, they receive so many applications, but they take very few students. And so if the students are only applying to these well-known universities, they actually have a less chance of actually getting in. So our platform exposes students to all different kinds of universities in the country that they can apply to, and it shows them what programs that they can sort of like apply on, and it actually allows them to apply. Secondly, our solution makes use of a one form for all model, whereby students fill in one form, and they can apply to as many universities as the ones with a click of a button. So whereas the problem was that for every university you wanted to apply to, you had to fill in its own separate form. With our solution, it's just one form that you fill in, and applying to any institution of your choice is as easy as just clicking a button. Thirdly, we have an applications dashboard. And so with all these different applications that you're making to the different unis, you need to be able to keep track, or you need to be able to get updates about the progress of application without having to go in and log in onto each individual institution's portal. So our applications dashboard, it shows the user what applications they've currently made. It allows them to accept or decline offers, and it shows them the status of the progress of the application that they have made. Moving on to our business model, our clients, or the people that we're targeting, our clients are first-time tertiary applicants. So these are matriculant students, people that have matriculated. So it's either people that are doing matric, people that may have matriculated already but didn't get the chance to go to uni, and so they want to apply for the first time. And this is something that is also quite useful for just normal high school students who want to find out what program studies are offered at different universities and what requirements are needed for them. What requirements are they needed to meet in order for them to be eligible to enter these programs? Secondly, pricing.
Your time is up, bro. Judges, do we continue with the minutes? Or do you go straight to price? You've got an extra minute from the judges.
Okay, we're going to do the demo. So, Ivo, could you just demo the product? I'm going to stop sharing.
Oh, hi. Also, this is the demo. Let me sign in. Oh yeah, so on in the first instance, when the users sign in, they got this page where they have to read the guide. So our whole process is divided into 5 stages, where the users have to fill in the profile setup and then explore varsities and then start the application. So for the profile setup, we have this form where they have to fill their personal details, and they have to submit their documents. And then again, to step number 2, they can explore multiple varsities. So here they got Northwest. Say you want to apply for the BSc, then you just press apply. You are able to see the requirements and all of that, and browse other varsities as well. So once you have done your varsity, once you have started your application, then you get to see it here. So you can see that these are the courses that I'm currently applying for, and then I can go complete the courses. Then I can add another qualification, review, and submit.
Judges, you have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Yeah. Just then trying to take it back to the original form and data.
Entry and high-speed internet. I'm just struggling to see how this addresses those key problems. Maybe if you could.
Sorry, can you please repeat your question? We did not hear you at all.
The question is, it talked to lack of access to high-quality digital educational content. It also talked to barriers to entry in terms of the need for high-speed internet and also internet data. So as barriers to accessing educational content. So I'm just trying to understand how then this addresses those 2 key problems for this particular challenge category.
Okay. Okay, thank you. From the top of my mind, number 1, our platform is allowing and is giving students. So what we're aiming to do, number 1, is to make it easy for students to apply to any tertiary institution. Right now, in what we've presented, we've focused mainly on universities, but we actually are focusing on tertiary institutions, so colleges and so forth. Right. So with our platform, we're making it an easy process for students to apply, and sort of like allowing them to apply to as many unis so that they have a better chance of getting in. So by them actually getting to tertiary institutions, that is one way in which they are getting access to quality education. If a student doesn't get the chance to go into tertiary institution, then there's that barrier that they could not make it. And so they don't really get the chance to access this. So by actually allowing them to apply and giving them like a better chance or a bit of a nudge to get in, that's quite beneficial for them, and I think it does sort of bridge that gap. Yeah.
Yes, just a quick one. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for a good presentation. We have the central office, that the South African Central Application Office, the COA, and it's free for all South African students. How are you going to start charging, and how is your platform different from that one?
Okay, thank you for your question. So may I just correct you? The CA applications, if I'm not mistaken, they're not free. Students pay 350 Rand for it. And secondly, the CAO is only based in KZN. So students can only apply to all institutions or tertiaries across the province of KZN. So if a student is, let's say, in Gauteng or any other province, the service is not available to them unless they want to study only at institutions in KZN. So what we do is we're making it possible for students across the country, not just KwaZulu-Natal, but across the country to get this chance.
All right, so we're gonna move to the next team. The last team from this group. And that is Team Momula. Will be taking the presentation virtually. Team Momula.
Damo, we can't hear anything. We can't hear anything. Please check your mic.
Skip to the next group. Team Navarro, are you here? Stage. All right, so what's going to happen? And then that is time to go and do the counting. And then we'll just have some drinks in the meantime and some bit of entertainment. And then we'll come back and announce the overall winners. All right. Can we have Team What's Connected come through?
What's connected? Let's come to what the camera. Boom. Sorry.
Yeah, presentation.
That's the first one. Here's my message.
How funny is it that we call what's connected, that we're having struggles getting connected? But yeah, we will deliver soon.
All right, so you ready?
Give us a few seconds.
All right, so your 6 minutes starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I know everyone's tired, but I'm just asking for a little bit of your time. So there's a lot of young entrepreneurs out here, and I'd like to congratulate you all, especially to those who won, those ones who made it. But I've got something for you. So our problem was, or what we were addressing was connecting customers and brand. So we've gone a little more than taking the horse to the water. We said, okay, this is how you're going to drink. So if you have a business, this is for you, and especially if you're a small business. Our value proposition addresses how to get new products into market and the purchasing probability of each of your customer segments. And that uses AI. But yeah, that's it. Pretty much addresses using multi-sided data in terms of we use your customer data, and we use your obviously purchase history. And if you're a new company and you don't have any data, we will have data on file that if you don't have a target audience yet, we can suggest to you who your target audience should be. If you're a mobile company like Telkom, we could say these are similar audiences, and if you describe your product in a few columns, somehow we will get you there, and we will say to you, this is the probability of each of your customer segments purchasing that particular product. But that's not all we've done. We've done quite a bit. We've also got our little mascot there. So Marketing Intelligence Officer, or MEO, is our product, and she's meant to guide your company's marketing efforts. I'm going to be very quick because we only have 6 minutes. All right, so I'm going to hand over to my colleague, because you may think there are lots of data solutions, lots of MarTech out there. I'm a fan of MarTech. I'm a data scientist in digital marketing. So yeah, my colleague's going to explain why our product's a bit different in a few lines.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, we are very, I think, in the data science space and in the space of engineering, we are familiar with tools such as Power BI, ClickSense, and Excel. But the issue with those apps is that they are usually focused on a particular niche. And while you may be able to do a particular task well, compared to a custom solution, which is what we are putting forward to everyone, is that a custom solution will allow you to encompass all aspects of the design, because you're not restricted to any particular niche. You can cover pretty much anything that you want. Hence, we have opted for the custom solution. And as my colleague has spoken, our custom solution is MEO, the Marketing Intelligence Officer, was born on the 13th of November, 2021.
So now we're going to introduce a bit of MEO's capabilities. So she was originally running within the door. We had a Raspberry Pi as a brain, and she had a camera for an eye, so she could sense how you're feeling in response to her and what she's saying. She has a mini projector that when she visualizes something like a graph or maybe a report, she will speak it to you. She responds to commands, so there's no typing involved. You speak to her, and he'll just demonstrate that now. But our cash cow will be the matching of the customer segments and the purchasing probability for each segment to new products. And I think that will help ideate and get new products into market with confidence and very quickly. So he's just doing some back-end stuff so that when we switch her on, when she works, our Raspberry Pi blew up with one. So when we switch her on, she will have a conversation. So he's going to demonstrate that. And then she responds to keywords. She responds to keywords to call certain analytical functions. So for the most important function, our cash cow, which is the matching of the customer segments and the purchasing probability to the new product, you just have to say, please show me a list of products. But she does have speech capabilities. We consider ourselves a very agile business. We're not just going to stop it. We took note of the need to, the S-curve thing, and the need to continuously innovate. So MarTech is continuously evolving, getting deeper into the customer market, getting deeper into their data. So that's not where we're going to stop. Maybe she will end up doing your sales one day. Well, not too far away from now, but yeah. So, but for now, we're focusing on matching the purchasing probability for each customer segment to a new product. And I can show you, okay, he's just going to quickly demonstrate that she can talk, but we will show you the data set. I don't have an actual data set because I couldn't, just get one overnight, but we did have Telcom data, deal data, and we broke it up into, I used to work for a digital marketing company, so it was a bit easier to break these things up. I think we broke it up into the color of the phone, the brand, there were different things, the memory, the data. So with this data, so it provided new deals and it matched it to a particular customer segment and gave the probability of them or one individual from that segment purchases. For example, maybe Gen Zs would respond 95% to your 100 gigs of data at night or something. But it applies, obviously going into products that have different or harder things to describe, it's going to be a lot different. But
unfortunately, guys, your 6 minutes is up.
Okay, so he's just going to demonstrate that, and then we'll just show you the CSV.
Sorry, judges, I'll give them 1 minute. All right, your 1 minute starts now.
Okay. Okay, we're having some screen sharing.
I love big data.
All right, team, your 1 minute is up. Judges, your 3 minutes starts now.
What is AI? Team with what's connected, right? Thank you for the presentation. Very energetic, very interesting. Look, I think I've got a couple of questions. The first one is Leo on her own. Sounds like she's a product, right? Looking for a use case. Then in terms of the analytics itself, is it just like normal statistical analytics? Or at which point do you bridge that with machine learning? So, you know, especially when you say probability of purchase, you could just do a stats analysis of that.
No, so what happens is it predicts that. So it uses multi-output regression, firstly to generate new combinations. It uses something that's very popular in AI. It's called a generative adversarial network. So you won't find AIs generating new things on the fly, except for new images and GAN, they call GAN. So yeah, that is very, according to me, very high-tech AI. And it wasn't very easy for me to achieve in one day, but it generates new data. It's not using your old combination. Yeah, and then it uses multi-output regression, which means predicting for multiple columns, and it predicts that probability. So you don't need to calculate that probability. It is predicted.
The reason why
No, because you know, sometimes it gets complicated. I work in the data field. And you know, the current company increase it. So yeah. So here, you talk to us, give you your answer. Thank you.
While they're setting up, can the All right, while they sort out, can the last row please go to the back and grab some snacks in the meantime? Yeah, the last row, please go grab some, not snakes, but snacks. Are you good to go? All right, your 6 minutes starts now. All right, your 6 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to welcome everyone here, and I'm very honored to be amongst some of the smartest people around, right? So I would like to start by sharing with you guys the video, the short video that I prepared for you guys. Sorry, there's no sound there.
Start your video. We start your video. Oh. That's okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we're having some issues, right? But what I'm presenting today is an app which is called Scarlet, right? And my name is Tulani. I'm working on the educational sector, right? So when I was doing it out, there was one thing that I didn't understand properly, right? And I'm not saying that he was a bad teacher, right? But I just felt like I couldn't connect to his methods of teaching, right? And I wished I could have gotten someone else who was much better at explaining than him, right? So then, so when I grew up, I actually saw a need into assisting children who actually had the similar issue, right? And how am I actually going to do that? Then I decided to actually create a mobile app. So basically what this mobile app does, it consists of your textbooks, your notes, your homework. So teachers can instantly send your note, homeworks and all that, right? But then the issue that we're talking about today is the quality of education, right? Which is one of the key factors, key issues that is affecting our country in education, right? So how am I actually going to tackle that, right? What I'm going to do first is that I'm going to allow the teachers to upload content onto the platform, right? So for every view or every like, or for any amount of likes that they get, for example, if they obtain 10,000 likes, right? Then we'll say, okay, we're gonna pay you a certain amount, right? How does this happen? So if a teacher uploads a video and the video obtains 10,000 likes, we'll say, okay, we're gonna pay you, for example, at 3 Rand, or if they get 50,000 likes, we'll pay you, for example, 5 Rand, right? Then at the end of the day, this is actually pushing the teacher to actually improve on the quality of education. How so? We know that your learners tend to actually follow a teacher that they can connect more with, right? So by a teacher getting a lot of views on their video, we're assuming that the more learners are actually connecting to that teacher and actually pushing that teacher into providing a better quality of education, right? The second challenge that we are having is the access to information, right? So what I've done is that I've added a feature in which 2 learners can actually share information between each other, right? So if one learner, for example, has a certain homework and the other doesn't have a data, for example, right? Or if one learner needs a certain book and the other doesn't have data. So what they can do, they can both log in onto the platform, then they can open the content that they want, then there's a share button there. So basically the data will be shared the same manner that Share It works, right? Without the need of an internet connection. Do you all understand? Yes. Then also in terms of accessibility, right? We understand that data is a very, very sensitive issue amongst the learners, right? So how I'm planning to counteract that is installing an internet system within the school, right? In which any learner that is connected onto the app or the platform can basically open the app, connect to the network, and have access to all the videos, the past papers, the tutorials, and any information that is available on the platform. Yes, and then when it comes to the testing of the learners, right? So we do have a feature on the platform. What this feature does is a learner can choose a certain subject, right, that they're struggling in, and they choose a certain topic that they're struggling in. So for example, learner will say, okay, I'm struggling in financial maths, which is maths, right? Then they open an assessment panel. The assessment panel basically will actually test the learner, give them instant feedback as to where they went correct and where they went wrong. Then within the assessment panel, it will give back the results to the learner, right? So how the whole idea works, it starts from level 1, right? So a learner will be asked questions from level 1 and progress to the next level, right? So if the system sees to say, okay, this learner is actually struggling so much in in financial maths, right? In level 1, it sends a notification to the teacher and to the parents so that at least the parent can take further action. Yes.
The time is up.
Oh.
All right, judges, you have 4 minutes to give. Do you have a demo or you've done with your demo?
The network is not connecting actually, so.
All right, judges, your 4 minutes starts now.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mafiga, again. Good presentation. Just to check, are you aware that most of the publishers, or all publishers, basically have got a digital right management with their content.
Yes,
How are you going to make content available and shared among students without breaching that copyright and without interfering with the DRM from publishers?
Okay, in terms of your copyright, what we have is, I've actually done some research and I saw that there is actually content which is available digital content which is actually available, like your Siyavula, right? It offers, free textbooks and all that to students, so you can actually have it on the platform. Then also another thing, since we're also using the tutors and the teachers, we're actually inviting them to actually create, their own content in terms of notes and books onto the platform. I don't know if you answered that.
So you're not going to upload the paid content, which could be the only thing that is prescribed by the academics.
Okay, in terms of paid content at this point in time, because like we're still starting, so we really need to, generate the revenue for that. Then we can start that phase of having paid content on the platform.
Quick one, just expand this on the offline accessibility of content. You did speak about a situation whereby people can be able to access the content without necessarily internet connection. I'm assuming this also will work for people who are not necessarily sharing the same network. So somebody may be in Joburg, somebody may be in Devon. How would that work?
Okay, so how the whole peer-to-peer connection works, right, is through the same phenomenon that your share it actually works, right? You don't actually need to have data, right? But in an instant where someone is in Joburg and someone is in Mpumalanga, for example, right? So this is where we actually planning on having a deal with your telecoms and your MTN, right? To actually get involved, because we do believe that this initiative will actually be very, very useful for the learners.
Last question from my side.
Yes.
How do you plan on incentivizing the teachers? So
Okay.
where will that money come from?
I was actually waiting for that question, right? So how do we plan on incentivizing the teachers, right? So the revenue basically that we'll be obtaining, right? We'll be obtaining firstly through the tutoring, right? We have a tutoring section on the platform. So when someone hires a tutor on the platform, we take a certain percentage, for example, 5% or 7%, right? That's the first method. The second method will be through the ads, and the third method will be the store that we have on the platform. So this store basically allows the parents to actually purchase stationery and school uniform, and it also assists because in the beginning of the year, it becomes very, very tedious, buying uniform and doing a lot of things. So this is a very, very useful feature on the platform. Any more questions?
It's just a last follow-up on that. It's just maybe the modeling of that, because obviously the sales won't happen necessarily at the same time that you get the views.
Okay, so saying the sales won't happen at the same time so the whole idea is building a community, right, onto the platform, right? So what we are saying is, as much as we want to, as much as we want.
Sorry, man, just to maintain consistency. Yes. Time is up.
Okay, it's fine.
All right, so we've got two more teams. Yes, so we've got Momula online. Ready?
You may unmute and start talking. Can you start presenting?
Night Owl, are you?
We
Night Owl, are you ready?
Zama, open to call me.
All right, Luke.
Yeah, I'm ready, but I've got somebody else's screen up here. Can I share mine?
Okay, Zama, you may share your screen. We'll sort out. I mean, Luke, you may share your screen. We'll sort out Zama.
Can you unmute? Luke, can you unmute?
Yeah, sure. I'll bring up mine now. Sorry, I was somebody else was sharing the screen. Give me 1 second.
Can hear you now.
Cool. Okay, have you got my audio that side?
Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Let's start.
Awesome. So, hi everyone. I am Luke Draper. I'm part of Night Owl Studio. We provide immersive and interactive experiences. So we use AR and VR. Sorry, can someone mute the mic, please? I'm getting a feed. Thanks. Cool. Hi. So I'm Luke Draper. I am one half of Night Owl Studio. We are basically a dev house that works in interactive and immersive experiences using AR and VR. So I am a game developer. I specialize in AR. Last year, I won MTN App of the Year's gaming solution using an AR app, and I was named one of Geek Culture's top young geeks to look out for in 2021. So it's great to finally meet the team. Hannah specializes in VR, mainly using VR as a therapeutic tool down in London, and that's what she's currently working on now. We worked on a Global Young Innovators program where we joined together and we were given a mentor on which we could see how can we put together AR and VR to the masses to create really cool stuff. So here we are in the gaming track. So I just want to do a real quick thought experiment. Here are some of probably the 3 most popular sports that you'll have in South Africa. And you will read some of these terms and you're like, oh, I've heard this in conversation, that's fine. But now if we go one over into the most popular esports, you'll see that there's a lot more jargon and this is a lot more jarring. It's something that you wouldn't hear in everyday conversation. So what problems do we get from the fact that people know more about traditional sports that they grew up with than esports? Well, the 2 problems is the lack of knowledge in esports terminology, and that puts forth people being fans and being players. If you don't know how to explain the game or what you're watching, you don't really know how to engage with that. The second thing is that the esports community and fandom is normally online. You know, if you go into work tomorrow, you will hear how people are talking about the F1 or the rugby against Scotland yesterday, or but they won't talk about how Valorant Worlds was literally this weekend, or the idea that League of Legends Worlds was last week. So our solution is to create interactive augmented reality games that's kind of leveraged on social media platforms. And these are what demos look like. They're going to educate people about esports as well as finding their fandom online. And these are built on Instagram, and this is what they'll look like. Okay, let's see. What is oranges? Oranges is a part on the Inferno map. So when you say go to first oranges or second oranges, first banana or second banana, in the original map, those were actually fruit stalls. Right, okay, so let's see. What is in CSGO? Utilities. Okay, so utilities are things that aren't your primary or secondary weapon or your knife. So it's essentially your armor, your helmet, your grenades, your bomb diffusal kit. Yeah. All right, CSGO. So what is a clutch? A clutch is when the odds are against you, when man is down, when you've got one guy and it's match point and he clutches victory back. Yeah. And to show how this is scalable between esports games, the next demo is for League of Legends. Okay, let's see. What is
What is funnel? So funneling is when everybody else in the team relies on one person. They funnel all the gold and all the resources and into the experience into normally the ADC to carry the game till the end. All right, one more. Let's see. What is the ADC? The ADC, the attack, damage, carry. It is the person who we kind of rely on at the end of the game to carry you through. They outscale, but they're normally really, really squishy in the beginning.
So as you can see, we're building web-based solutions. It's a lot cheaper than building app-based solutions, and we can kind of repeat it and have a faster turnover in doing this. The effects can exist independently by themselves, as in you'll see those links there. If you click on those links, or if you search for the effect in Instagram, you will find those games. Or you can add them to additional materials, traditional materials that already exist. AR does this thing where it's target tracking. When it reaches that target, it plays the animation. We didn't want to do that because we work a lot with the aquarium, and the idea of being carbon neutral, basically developing things online, and instead of having new and more materials that we just end up throwing away, we wanted to avoid that as much as possible. You'll see also a thing we always talk about, a forgiving game design. There's nothing that says a big red X, this is wrong. The idea of putting these links in a QR code and adding them via a sticker or online would look something like this. So if you scan that QR code with your phone, and again, you don't need a high-end phone, you don't need a high-end device, it's built into a lot of cameras nowadays. We build on social media kind of platforms because we get these analytics. Even though it's web-based and it's kind of limited in what we can do with functionality, we can share this data. This is where we blow marketing companies out the water, because they'll say, buy this billboard, 10,000 cars drive by it each day, and you're like, cool, but they just drive by. Where we can see who interacts with that, who opens it, who reopens it, and who shares it. So this is the analytics that we pick up on Instagram side. We then take it a step further where we get more detailed analytics, the idea that we can get age, gender, and kind of geographic demographics shows that, hey, a lot of people are coming to your Instagram profile to play this game. Maybe you should accommodate this client base more. So the thing that we always say is like, fans of today are the players of tomorrow. Cristiano Ronaldo didn't hate soccer all his life until he fell out of bed and became the best in the world. Sports also sell like narratives. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sporting documentaries. The way that we usually have this as a business model is that we either get paid to develop these things, and then we then have a retainer. We basically say, pay us a monthly retainer, we'll keep this effect up to date, and at the end of every week or every month, we'll send you those analytic reports. The people that could use this, for example, are Incredible Connection. They just started their gaming brand, IC All Stars, and how they want to accommodate gamers of all kind of demographics. I know the counterpoint to esports is always, it is so expensive to be a pro. But the cost of being a pro and being a fan are two different things. Otherwise, I couldn't be a Formula One fan because I didn't have an F1 car in my garage. And the thing is that esports is a lot more than just pros. You can have casters, you can have content creators, coaches, marketing teams, and agents. So thank you very much. That's pretty much my time. Feel free to reach out. Yeah.
You should be doing a demo if you've done it.
Yeah, I played the videos earlier.
Demo? Look, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you in an echo. Did you not see the videos?
All right, so the demo is done. You have 4 minutes to ask your question.
Okay, let's see. What is
here?
Oranges.
Okay, sorry, I'll take questions. Can't hear anything that side.
Does this work? Oh, it's working. Okay. Yes, it's Tamiso here. Thanks a lot for the presentation. And again, just taking us back to the key problems with this particular challenge, which was, in the e-gaming space. Number one, there is barriers to entry in terms of access. May it be, a requirement for a high-spec type of computer, or access to high-speed internet. But also the lack of, I guess, tangible rewards for people participating. So I'm kind of like battling is, the value proposition that addresses those problems in this particular case around the barriers to entry, but also around rewards. I'm not getting that from the presentation.
Got it. So a lot of people will say, oh, you got to be an esports pro and then you make money, that's a reward. A lot of people who are really good at esports are content creators. We give them a platform to learn, to teach, and to grow their online audience. There's a lot of esports professionals and content creators that are just commentators that create their own work. And through the audience that they bring, there are people who work with big esports organizations who are not professionals. They are there because they know how to bring a crowd to that organization and monetize that crowd. The knowledge of knowing that and therefore how to get money from that turns you into a one-man business. So it's the idea of, it's not, hey, here's the money right away. It's like saying you are building a community by people who are coming to see your content, to value your knowledge as a coach, as a player, and that's how you build from there. In terms of barrier of entry, this is all on Instagram. You don't need to download an app. You don't need a high-end computing device. If your phone runs Instagram, you can play these games.
Yeah. Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. And unless I missed it, where does the AR part of it come through, and how do customers actually access this platform? Thank you.
So, I mean, AR is how it works with reality. The idea that it is effect that plays in front of your face, you know, and it runs games. The video must not have played, but I'm happy to send that across. But the idea that it's on Instagram, it reacts with the human kind of, you look left, you look right, it tracks and then interacts in that kind of world, and it lives on social media. So if you even search the name of the effects, if you have the web link, or if I have those QR codes that are printed out that you then scan, that's how you access these effects.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah, so maybe it's a follow-on question. So did you say the game is on social media? It's on Instagram?
Yes. Did it not play the videos?
So the actual game, is it on social media, or is it on like a VS gaming platform?
It's on social media. It's part of Instagram. The same way as you imagine you access filters on Instagram, this is the same way you would access that. It would be a game. So so my screen's still being shared, you'll see that bottom left image, sorry, that is Instagram setup. That is the image that comes in front on your face, and you can see that it moves left and right as you move your face. It's face tracking, and that's Instagram's UI.
Okay, so I assume it would be on the VS gaming platform or on a gaming platform.
No, social media. So it's on Instagram.
Instagram. So how do we monetize that? Just as a last question to that.
Sure. Monetize the information that you get from that. The same way that Facebook monetizes user-generated content, you can track that data and say, okay, maybe as a company, I need to appeal more to this demographic where it's what we sell, what we try to target.
Unfortunately, your time is up.
Got it.
Thank you. Your time is up, Luke.
Okay, thank you.
Look here, Luke. All right, so we've got one more attempt. Momula. All right,
yes.
You are speaking.
Can everyone hear me?
Please go to the back and grab your snacks.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry again for everything that has happened and all the glitches that we had. My name is Zama. I am the founder of Momula. And what Momula is a global finance payment system. What Momula tries to do is something that every bank, I think in every finance industry has tried to do. But I think in this instance, we've successfully managed to actually do it. My background is in banking, and so I have an extremely in-depth knowledge of payment systems and banking and understanding them full end-to-end. And so this has been my my attempt at Momula, and I think successfully so, at intermediating the banking system. Just before we first, Momula is a payment network by its own. And what do I mean by a payment network? I mean, it's a closed loop system based in wallets, and using a wallet network between consumers, business, merchants, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and large businesses. We believe that through Momula, we can create the first free of cash interoperable payment network across the globe, which will enable anyone to make a payment from their wallet, paying a merchant from their wallet, making a cross-border remittance to their loved ones. So if you're a Kenyan Republic working in South Africa, or Zimbabwean Republic working in South Africa, instant real payment will be the name of the game. The future of financial services is where we see ourselves playing into. We see an evolution from a stop banking, which all of us know and are used to where business and consumer clients are more of a gel, and we're looking at it from a nature-based relationship. As I said before, Momula is a global banking convenience because it's free, it's safe, it's easy, and it uses mobile networks and transact across all networks using our bespoke API systems. So for anyone who might have questions before we move forward, Momula has dispensation from the FinTech Working Committee between the Financial Conduct Authority, SARB, and any other fiduciary leg of the government. So we have been through the sandbox, and we have piloted this for 6 months, and we've gotten dispensation for us to do exactly what we're talking about today. Momula can receive payments, can make payments to family and friends, can make interoperable payments between Zapper, SnapScan, Masterpass, VodaPay, NetBank Money app, and FNB Scan to Pay users as well. You can exchange the cash at all ShopRite and Checkers store, as well as FNB and NetBank ATMs cardless functionality. So what do I mean by cardless functionality? You can use the NFC chip that comes on your phone, and you can simply tap it on any ATM and you'll be able to extract the money that's in your wallet. You can buy any of this. You can buy using our Momula Rands. I don't want to use it Momula Rands, but it's the small jargon that we use inside as a team, which is still your local currency, and shop it using ZapScan, SnapScan, Masterpass, as well as Nando's, Discam, Hungry Lion, Margin Bean, Steers, Wimpy, King Burger, ShopRite, and we're planning to add more merchants and more consumers as we go along the way. Reason why this has taken up quite successfully is because obviously the CIB portion of it. So understanding the corporate investment banking of cash handling fees in each and every of these huge conglomerates such as ShopRite, it only makes sense for them to start making small adoptions into a cashless free environment. And they saw this as a very good pilot to work with us. Momula is the only legal, totally bank independent payment network in South Africa, as we said, and our goal to go global. It's a low-cost merchant and service provider. Effective cash substitute can handle transaction value of as low as 1 cent and unlimited in terms of value when you're going to the stratosphere of cash. Before I jump, I'm just cognizant of time, so I'm going to jump over a couple of screens just to save everyone time. Momula, as I said, has one side which is consumer based, which I've just explained to you, and there's another side of it which we call the juristic wallet, which we target mainly towards business. This is for your salons, this is for your spaza shops, this is for anyone else who cannot afford to have a merchant account with any of the banks that are residing within South Africa, for them to have an operable wallet which can which can bank their money by any of the users that are on our network. Obviously, the benefits are aggregation rates, easy to manage income and payments, has immediate access to money, pay bank, bulk and once-off payments for anyone who's on the network, low cost of deposit of cash, and this is obviously this enables any business to make salaries of people who already have an account and people who do not have an account. So we can make salary payments into both. Revenue streams that you can look at. So this is the money side of it. What's in it for you? Obviously, it's the physical card that can be linked to this, or a virtual card. We're not married to any other because, again, this is a virtual system. We have electronic funds payments. We have cash deposits. We have cash deposit with fee. In-app value for any investor is a value exchange, money management, mobile data purchases. This is VAS. It could be electricity. It could be anything. That's a very lucrative side of our business, and ATM purchases, airtime purchases, sorry, and we have money out services as well. So going into the potential transaction income for over the next 3 years, our projected revenue is based on a very, very organic way of growing our business. Obviously, we try to cater for the fact that this can have exponential growth should we go above the line marketing.
Rama?
Yes.
Your time is up. I'm not sure if there's still a part of the demo. If not, we are going to give the 5 minutes to the judges.
No, there is no demo.
It's been a
No,
long day.
there is no demo, so I was just going to
any demo you're still doing?
No, there is no demo from my side. It was just a further explanation into I think the monetary side of the proposition.
It's the 4 minutes of the judges. Judges, your time starts now.
Hi, thank you very much. Hi, thank you very much. One of the things I picked up, you spoke about the smartphone, and I think it is estimated today that we're probably sitting at about 50 to 60 smartphone penetration here in South Africa. What's your thinking around that? Thank you.
So we have done a lot of research behind this, and what we found out that the 60 to 50% is based on recorded. So I think the actual penetration is sitting over close to 70% in South Africa in terms of smartphones, and in terms of LSM, this ranges from entry level all the way to executives or C-suite level. What you see that people earning over 3 million rand, and it's irrespective. And what we looked at in terms of customer experience, it doesn't matter whether the customer is Joseph that might be cleaning my garden, all the way to an executive at a telecom. Everyone wants a sophisticated banking experience, but a sophisticated banking experience has predominantly came at a price, which is why has been a deterrent for most of the people not taking up what we would call entry-level banking, because it tends to be a bit of a letdown in terms of customer experience. But again, and the customer has to pay the interoperable prices. They have to pay for the interchange costs in terms of a physical card, and they have to pay for the settlement fees if they're doing a normal EFT.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Just a question in terms of a lot of telcos and in the banking services, players are playing around with e-wallets, and then e-pockets and all of this. What makes Formula different? What will make you successful more than all the other players that already have, to some extent, scale as opposed to yourself?
I think what makes us a differentiator is because we have what you call the business wallet. So where most of our players or most of the players in the market, they only concentrate on where I've put my hand in the consumer market. We have concentrated in the small business, in the medium, in the large businesses as well. So our wallet is not just designed for you and me. It's designed for telecom. It's designed for a ShopRite. It's designed for an engine. It's designed for any other company that wishes to eradicate cash as part of their daily, as part of their daily finance problems, or part of their revenue leakage as well. So if you're looking to grow and save money in terms of cash handling fees, this makes sense to them. If you're a small merchant, if you're looking to get away from being away from your spaza shop in terms of banking, this is a way for you. And this is a non-bank account. That's the one ticket that we have. So it's not our accounts are not bank linked. It's a payment network.
So, sorry, just quick one. I was really hoping for a small payment through the platform, not a bribe, just so we are clear, but just a demonstration that payment can happen through the platform. Because I think one of the things that we were expecting is some form of proof of concept or MVP. Now, what we have just taken us through, obviously, is what a lot of other platforms kind of like already do. But is there anything that you can maybe share with us that you guys are working on over the weekend to just say, in terms of functionality of the platform, this is how we've gotten so far?
Okay,
in terms of
jumping, time is up, so he won't be able to answer the question. Thank you, Zama, for the presentation. We've come to the end of all the presentations, and what's going to happen? What's going to happen now is the judges. Please head over to Soweto, right? So you can just do the final counting. Can someone just maybe lead them to Soweto? And then when they come back, we will do the announcing of the winners. There's also food for eating now, food for taking with. So if you need food to take with, it's that side. Anyone who wants a t-shirt, please let us know. If you didn't get a t-shirt, send me a t-shirt. Please let us know. All right, drinks, snacks, food is that side.
Me, I'm Tato. This is my brother. Me, I'm Oravide. This is my brother Tato.
come and give a vote of thanks for us. Dr. Ayodela Adusola, please come through and just give us a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Yeah, let me just start with the panel of judges and the leadership of 22 on Sloan and our dear entrepreneurs. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today, but I just want to really say, well, it's really quite challenging to come to an event like this on a Sunday. But because I noticed that if the entrepreneurs can be here for about a whole week, nonstop, and if they could be engaged in a 48-hour nonstop hackathon, why am I saying I'm not going to come here on Sunday? And that's why I'm here. So I just really want to really appreciate everyone that has really contributed to this. Because that is just the job that I'm here to do. And I will just do that and go back. But before I leave this stage, let me use this opportunity to really appreciate not only the government that is unable to make it today, but also Telcom that has really put a lot of things together to make sure this particular event takes place. And also the leadership of 22 on Sloan, Kisito. It's really a pleasure that we're able to take this event to a logical conclusion. But let me just start by appreciating Mrs. Matebe Vobuo, the Executive for Enterprise and Supply Development, Telcom Future Makers. And also Mr. Isaac Kotze, the Group Executive for Strategy, Mrs. Makosi Mabaso, the Managing Executive, I think Broadband and Smart Homes, and others that have been part of these very important tasks that are not here, particularly those from Telcom. And also Sitembiso, Executive for Strategy and Investment in Sloan here, and also Mafika Inkambule, Director of ICT at Swane University of Technology. Thank you for making this event very honorable. And like I said, the Global Entrepreneurship Week activities covers about 3 different areas. The first is the 22 on Sloan Catalytic Accelerator Program. And the second is the UNDP Post-COVID Crisis Early Economic Recovery Seed Funding Grant. And the third one is the non-stop 48-hour hackathon. I think the 3 activities have ended up very, very well. And I just want to commend all the people that have contributed to this process, and particularly to appreciate our entrepreneurs. When I was redeployed from New York as the chief economist for UNDP for all the African countries, a position that I had for about 10 years, to South Africa, June 2019. And when I got to UNDP here, one of the things that I told my colleagues, that I know you are broken into about 3 different teams, inclusive growth teams, the transformative governance team, and the energy and environment team. And I told them, if you want to have any meaningful discussion with me, if you don't, any project you are bringing on my table, if it doesn't have youth and women, don't come to me. And the essence is that we strongly believe, because the youth will be the engine room of development for Africa. And as a result of this, the kind of dedication, the kind of commitment you have put to bear over the past 7 days really shows that you are truly the engine room of development, not only for South Africa, for the entire continent. The creativity and ingenuity that have really come up really shows that even those of us that will be leaving the stage very soon will be so happy to hand over the batons to entrepreneurial youth like you. I came around 2:30 and I just sat in the back to watch what is happening. And I was so amazed that all the presenters that I met were excellent. And I was so happy to say, okay, this is the kind of team that any country will want to hand over the baton of the economic management on over to. So I just want to really mention that I know, based on what I've heard, that over 130 software developers have been brought to this particular event, comprising of 20 teams and 6 different hackathon challenges, covering so many areas, whether it's fintech, whether it's edtech, whether it's health tech, whether it's smart home, or whatever. But it really shows that you have the opportunity to open the door of shared prosperity for all the African countries, based on what I've seen here today. UNDP's global presence in over 170 countries of the world, and the role to serve as the integrator of the Sustainable Development Goals provides the opportunity for us to have a very strong partnership with 22 on Sloan, in the sense that we are supposed to work with different actors, different development stakeholders, whether it's the government, whether it's the private sector, whether it's civil society organization, whether it's the academia or international development partners, to co-create and co-own development solutions. And I see the kind of team that has been exhibited by all the people that have presented today really shows that co-owning and co-creating development solutions is the key and the currency of development. And I really, really appreciate what I've seen, but I just want to really tell you that one of the reasons why we said we need a kind of partnership with 22 on Sloan is for us to really provide some kind of inspiration onto innovative, creative, ingenious, young South Africans. And as a result of this, about 51 applications, particularly on the post-COVID era early recovery funding grants that we said we wanted to give to a few, about 10 women entrepreneurs. 51 applicants, people contested among series of other applicants, but they have succeeded in selecting 10 of these 51. And the selection is supposed to be between Gauteng and KZN. Though we then said, how do we distribute it? But it's going to be the law of proportionality on the basis of what happened in July. You know that it was more in KZN than here. So as a result of this, I think they use their mathematical skill to say it is 70 to 30 in terms of proportionality. So to this end, 7 of the beneficiaries who have been selected from KZN and 3 from Gauteng. And the objective is for us to really say, okay, we know that the impact of the July crisis on small businesses was quite huge. And that's why we said this is just a little token for us to really see how we could contribute to this process. This is among several things we're contributing, because I was in KZN just about 2 weeks ago, where we went to launch a number of initiatives, including the low-cost internet access in Port Shepton, that is really providing what they call the lowest and the cheapest data access in this country as we speak today. But the objective of this, the women entrepreneurs that are supposed to be part of this process, is for us to say, okay, we give a token of about $5,000, which it's about 75,000 rand to each of this beneficiary. And the essence is that after this award, this is not the end of it, is to ensure that 22 Ounce Loan provides what they call intensive coaching and mentoring for the next 6 months. The idea is to really make sure that those entrepreneurs will never remain the same the way they were before the crisis, so that they could leverage the opportunity of being trained by Ounce Loan and their respective faculties and being exposed to the captains of industries, and as you've seen what Telcom has done here, and also what TUT has done. So this is part of what we thought would be something that will make a difference. Judges, the leadership of 22 Ounce Loan, our entrepreneurs, one of the things that really troubles me was one of the publications by Statistics South Africa, the labor market survey, I think in 2019, that about 70% of small and macro enterprises died before they reached their 5th year anniversary. And I think this is too much for us to bear as an economy. And that's why we thought there is need for us to really ensure that these entrepreneurs go through what it takes to be a truly going concern, so that they can stand on their feet and then move from micro to small, from small to medium, and medium, to be competing with the big guys in the economy. So we strongly believe this is the way to go. And also the kind of partnership we had with the Department of Small Business Development, 22 Ounce Loan. It's for us to really see how can we train certain number of small and micro, medium enterprises in terms of thorough capacity development. And we are targeting quite a number of them. And also, in addition to the tech seed funding grants, the idea is for us to really see how we could expand the partners dialogue that we started, which we held here about 2 or 3 weeks ago, to KZN and Eastern Cape, with the instrumentality and leadership of 22 Ounce Loan. And I strongly believe this is going to really go a long way to really support the government in the district development models, because the two of them are part of the 3 pilot provinces for the district development model. The third one is going to be Waterberg in Limpopo. And I strongly believe that we could extend this partners dialogue to them as well. But I just want to use this opportunity to fully appreciate all the people that have contributed to this particular process. I don't know how to start, but let me just say, essentially, the organization, the company that really funded the Hackathon initiative, Telcom, and Telcom Foundation, were heavily indebted to you. And I'm speaking on behalf of the youth you have brought from all the 9 provinces of this country. I think you have touched their lives. And I just want to use the opportunity that some time ago I read something about your enterprise and supply development program. And I see it as one of the things that we need to really preach to other private sector in this country to really push forward. And the kind of innovation, the kind of business development initiative, business solutions that you have brought to bear will go a long way in really pushing the frontier of development, particularly business development in South Africa and also in Africa. So I want to use this opportunity to say, well, it's really a pleasure to have you. And it's really a pleasure that you're partnering with 22 on Sloan. We will see as much as possible because we've gotten requests from several other countries in terms of supply development program, which I think your approach is quite novel. So I just want to use this opportunity to say big thank you for putting this together with 22 on Sloan. And also in absentia, I want to thank the government of South Africa through the Department of Small Business Development, as well as the Department of Economic Development of Gauteng, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and MEC Patau have been very instrumental to this. They've been very supportive. They are not here now, but I know they're here with us in spirit. And I just want to thank them for this excellent job. And well, all these things wouldn't have been possible without the instrumentality of 22 on Sloan. Kisito Okechukwu has been the main task master with the colleagues here in 22 on Sloan. I want to say a big thank you for taking it through. You have shown both the government, the civil society organization, even the private sector, that you have the capacity to really serve as a major incubator, as an interlocutor between the labor market as well as the academic community and the private sector. So thanks for this golden opportunity. Thank you for kind of successful organization of this particular event. And I strongly believe this is just the beginning of many other things to come. And it will definitely provide opportunity for our youth to know that there is opportunity for development, there is opportunity for transformation, and you are a major pillar in this regard. Finally, this event wouldn't have been possible without the entrepreneurs, because you provided the engine to run the entire process. You have put to bear a number of ingenuity, creativity in what you have presented and what you have not presented. But I just want to let you know today that what you have done is just like an Olympic. And the objective of going to the Olympic is not to win, but to be an actor. All of you won. What is going to be announced is just an outlier. But I see all of you as a winner, because if you don't win today, it has given you something that is completely different, that will make you to be a different person as an entrepreneur, as a team player. I could see a lot of team playing activities going on as you made your presentation in teams. So I see this as an opportunity to say a big thank you. Please continue to forge ahead. Never be deterred by challenges. The world is full of challenges. Colleagues, let's look at the smallest opportunities in any challenge that faces us, and let's leverage that opportunity. Don't be carried away by pessimism around you. At every point in time, there will be challenges, there will be pessimism. But I want you to be an incorrigible optimist that will continue to push through, irrespective of adversaries that you face. So thank you for making this a reality. My call to action is that, can we use the kind of ingenuity and creativity you brought to change the landscape of Africa's development? Africa is known to be the continent that only exports primary commodities. Let's break the jinx. I want to call on you that we need to add value to everything so that we will be the embodiment of global development. And also, I want to challenge you, please dream big. If your dream does not disturb you, that means your dream is not yet to the level that is needed. And I just want you to look beyond the market of South Africa. 60 million is a small population, but your market is 1.3 billion African population. Let's leverage it. And that's why the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will be something you can leverage on. Please, all the things you have presented, I see a lot of values in them. One of the things that I discussed with colleagues is that I know I don't want to, the judges have already taken their position, that's fine. But I just want to let you know that everything you have presented, those that have listened to, they are super peace. What we only need to do is to build business model around them. You are the masterpiece of those innovations, and I want you to continue along that. And I'm calling on 22 Ounce Loan to grant you, because you cannot master development of business model in 48 hours. Please give them more opportunity to really hone and nurture the art and science of business model. With that added to it, the sky will be the limit for these young and innovative entrepreneurs. I'm therefore challenging 22 Ounce Loan to find a way of organizing a kind of hackathon on value chain development, value addition, and also how we can use our South African youth to leverage the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. This will be a long way because it provides opportunity for them to leverage the 1.3 billion market that we have there, the population. So I look forward to the next Global Entrepreneurial Week. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. So now we're coming to the exciting part, announcing the top 6. But just a quick one. Just want to see, is anyone going to Katlehong here? Is anyone going to Katlehong? Or somewhere that side? All right, cool. So to make the announcements, we'll be inviting Mr. Isaac Kusia. He's the Group Executive Strategy at Telkom, and he will be announcing the top 6, but maybe also just giving a little bit of feedback in terms of how the judges came about it. Mr. Isaac, please come through. And he will be joined by Sis Makosi. Please come through.
Guests. And when I say distinguished guests, it means each and every one of you, those that are here in person, as well as those that, of course, joined us online. Perhaps before we start, it's prudent just to say a word of thanks to all our sponsors and partners that made today possible. Specifically, I would like to thank Imperial Logistics. I would like to thank 22 on Sloan, and specifically, Casito, to you and your leadership team. I would also like to thank UNDP as well as Gikucha. You know, all of this comes together in a day like this, which is actually a day of celebration. I know that all of you are very keen to hear now who has been the winners, and the previous speaker, Dr. Oduzola, really spoke, I think, very important and wise words. Because I'm sure you didn't come here today just for the good food, the Red Bulls, and the social interactions. You came here to win something or to get something. But I would like to remind you of a quote that I once heard. And it was from an author called Og Mandino. It's a very short quote. It's easy to remember. And it sounds something like this, quote, I will persist until I succeed, unquote. That's easy to remember, isn't it? I mean, it's short and it's concise. I will persist until I succeed. And that is what entrepreneurship is really all about. It's not about just getting you on the stage and getting something. Entrepreneurship is about hardships. It's about challenges. It's about obstacles that need to be overcome. It's about a day like this where you probably felt that I had the best idea and the judges may have come up with a different winner. And again, we can take counsel from the wise words of Steve Jobs when he said, the difference between the real winners, those that are successful, and those that are not successful, is persistence. That is the real difference. So when we talk about today, now I want to say the winners that get prizes, which is different to the winners. And it's a very contentious statement, and I want you to listen very carefully. If we ask ourselves the question, but who are the real winners? Who are the real winners here today? The real winners are those that are going to walk out here today feeling motivated, inspired, and says, I will not give up. Those are the real winners. Because I promise you, for those of you that are lucky to receive a check, it doesn't guarantee success. It doesn't mean you'll make a huge business out of this. It only means you got somewhere and you got a bit of funding. So the real winners are those that walk out of here today and say, I'm going to improve. I've got an idea, I'm going to change it, I'm going to augment it, I'm going to build on it. And I'm even going to prove those judges wrong, you know, in some instance. So I want to congratulate each and every one of you that got here today. I know it wasn't easy, you're tired. It's been a long journey. It's amazing how 48 hours can feel so long. But yet it is only the beginning of a journey. I want to say thank you to the people that were behind the scenes, those that we didn't mention by name today, those that made the logistics possible, the tech possible, the food, the entertainment, because I believe there was entertainment as well. You know, so all of that, I want to thank those as well. And with those few words, I want to conclude by saying, like I said earlier on, this is just the beginning of a journey. Some of you that will not be winning a prize today, we will still be engaging with you. We will still reach out to you because we are runner-ups that had really good ideas. And we would like to work with you on those ideas. So don't see this as the end of the road if you did not receive a check. So before we continue, I just want to check the energy. Are you excited to receive a check? Are people, or are you too tired, not worried about it? No, we cannot continue. We cannot continue unless I hear a very audible yes. Yeah. Get it? We can start.
Yes, we're gonna start. If you are announced as a winner and you are online, please unmute, celebrate, and show your video.
And give a loud shout. So I'm going to ask my colleague to join me. So the first winner in the category of EdTech. And again, a lot of these, it was difficult for the judges to decide, but we had to decide on a winner to get a prize. And the winner is Navario.
And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is please, please, please. And if you go and leave, put your hands in the air. Who's been going in on the verses? I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Here's the rhythm in the sky for the homies that ain't making them a both lock down. I never went nowhere. What they say in Lucas track. Bring it on back to hard school. We're calling it Lucas. And I'm on this foolish track. I pick my foolish. Go up and down like strippers' booties go. My verse will still be serving, play like a first. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Never count me out, y'all better count me in. Guess what it takes to count?
Okay.
It's fine. Okay, the way at the back.
Now that was very exciting, wasn't it? Sure. Not even Red Bull can do that for you. So the next category is in the fintech category. And the winner is Basket.
Here I am. Can you see me? Hello?
Can we get them online?
Hello?
We can't see you, boss.
Can you see me? Seems like only you guys can see me.
Yeah,
we see you, man. Congrats. We see you. Congrats, brother, man. Sure. Nice work, man.
No matter what.
I'm glad to see I still have some battery power left, or else we'll have to redo all of this again. So the next category is the gaming category. And I'm proud to announce we were worried. We thought they were only 3, but it's a fantastic 4.
All done. All proud. We come together, holding each other. Flag, yo, cap it off, let you flag for the flag. You ride the what? We ride the nut. You ride for me, so what?
Maybe, huh? Pac-Man at its best. Okay, colleagues, we've gone through three left, and the next category is ISS category, and the winner. Even the music is getting exciting. And the winner is GWAF. GWAF, GWAF.
Cause all I do is please, please, please. And if you go in, put your hands in the air. Ludacris going in on the first, I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Hands up, get him in the sky for the homies that ain't making him a both locked down. I never went nowhere. They saying Ludacris back. Lay it on that school. We're calling Ludacris back.
Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, second last, over the top media. You know who you are, you know who you are. You got that feeling in your tummy. It's brewing. And the winner is Art Science.
No matter what, got money in my mind. Woo! And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is please, please, please. And if you go in, put your hands in the air. Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Get him in the sky for the homies that ain't making him a whole lot down. I never went nowhere. They singing
Celebration, celebration.
My soul is slow. Go up and down, like strippers' booties go. You'll be serving, like a million birds. And last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out. You better count me in. Count me.
Well, that is exciting, isn't it? Okay, the last, but certainly not the least, and it was also one of those close calls. Smart homes, smart homes. And the winner is Ever Electron.
Everybody go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is please, please, please. And if you go in, put your hands in the air. Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Hands up, get him in the sky for the homies that ain't making him a whole lot down. I never went nowhere. They saying Ludacris back. Blame it on that contour. Who's calling Ludacris back? And I'm on this foolish track. I fit my soul is slow. Hands go up and down like strippers' booties.
Go.
Wow!
Guys, thank you. This was very exciting, even for me. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thanks to the Gig Culture team, for working with the colleagues at Sloan and putting this together. And thanks to Telcom for making this possible. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. And Dr. Ayo challenged us to say we need to do another hackathon focusing on value chain. So there's the next hackathon coming up very soon, and we'll let you know on that. And thanks to all my colleagues that really slaved through the past 4-6 weeks working on this. Our COO, Dr. Gamu, our head of investment strategy, Stembiso, the events, Carmen, and the rest of the team. I think you know who you are, and especially the lady also that made all this possible. Makasa, you must stand and wave at everyone. Yeah, even though I'm talking, I didn't pitch up to most of the meetings. I think she did everything. So thank you to everyone, and please, just like Dr. Ayo said, just like Isaac said, the most important thing is thinking what happens post this. You know, it's not about getting a check. A check is just money, and I can promise you 200,000. There are people that blow it in a club sometimes, so it's very easy to finish. The most important thing is what happens from here. How do you grow your business? How do you grow your idea? How do you actually ensure that you commercialize this? It's not about an idea. It's all about ensuring it gets to market. It makes an economic difference on the continent. And the guys that didn't win, like Isaac also said, prove the judges wrong. You know, persist. You said persist till? Persist till you succeed. You know, that was the quote he mentioned earlier. So do the same, and we wish you all the best. And Sloan is your home. You can make this place your home. You can work from here. You can chat to your other colleagues and peers here. But also the guys, the 6 winners, we're hoping to have further discussion with Telcom to see how do we strategize to really support you in taking this to market. And I think that will be another discussion we're going to have. But I want to end by saying the winners, you remember the agreement we have that you've received this check. So if you don't have a registered business, the business has to be registered. And it has to be registered, and then it's only after it's registered and have a bank account that we can put the first 100,000 into your account. And then after we've done that, we expect you to look at the TRL levels that we shared on Slack. Remember? TRL level 4 to 9. You have to say, what is the plan to take this to market? And once you present us with that plan, then the other 100,000 is devoted to those, to achieve those milestones. So this is how it's gonna happen. So if you have any clarifications, questions, just ask Geek Culture or ask my colleagues or ask me. We'll be able to clarify that with you. But we're looking forward to growing this journey with you. And whatever we wanna know that in 2-3 years time, we can say that this startup came out from this hackathon, and we are all excited about it. So thanks to you, thanks to Sis Makosi, thanks to Isaac, and thanks to also the head of ICT at TUT that came all the way to join us today. Thank you very much for making it. So thank you to everyone. I don't know if I missed anyone, but have a lovely evening and drive safe. And if you're not driving, try to hop onto people's cars and they can drop you. And I think Misha was still asking anyone going to Katlehon, if you are going, just talk to Misha. So maybe there is someone that wants to join you on a ride. So thank you, and have a lovely evening. Thank you.
All right. So sorry, the winners.
Oh, the winners, pictures.
The winners, can you come through so we can take photos, pictures? Otherwise, guys, thank you and have a safe trip home.
Motherfucker!